friends. It is I, host Eric. Let's talk with people. Just woke up and still half asleep, really. But I took a few Addies. Should be fine in a little bit. Just let the drugs kick in, you know. Good morning, Lantern-esque. This live stream is going to move you at least 3 steps closer to enlightenment. This is what happens when live streams enlighten. When live streams enlighten, they move you closer to enlightenment. And right now, you are wallowing in the darkness. You're wallowing in the darkness of spiritual death. But after watching this live stream, you'll truly be aware. What I'm about to tell you is going to blow your mind. Your single self, the self you think you know, is an illusion. That's what Leo at Actualized.org tells me. I watched a video one time. It's like a 20-minute long video. I watched most of it, waiting for him to get around to telling what the big secret was that he was going to tell. He spent about 15 minutes on build-up. What I'm going to tell you is going to be the most challenging thing you've ever heard in your life. This is something that maybe only 10,000 people in the entire world know. He's just so wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. And finally he tells me the single self is an illusion. Come on, Leo at Actualized.org. Come on, is that the best you can do? That's not even true. The single self is no more an illusion than this Wednesday an illusion. Just because something has an abstract identity or doesn't link to something physical doesn't mean it's an illusion. Moron. God, I hate that guy. Leo at Actualized.org. I just can't stand that guy. He's so puffed up with bullshit. Whenever you see like Western people getting all getting off on Eastern philosophy and stuff, it's like that's not the proper spiritual tradition. I'm feeling pretty worn out these days. I need another sleepy week coming up here pretty quick. This whole incident with Rachel this week or so has taken a lot out of me. But she's better now. Hopefully we won't have that happen again anytime soon. I'm surprised by how much, like, I come from a different ethnicity. Oh, I'm transracial, Lantern-esque. What that means is I switch races randomly. Right now, I'm Asian Pacific Islander. Sometimes I'm African American. Sometimes I'm Caucasian. Different things, you know. Did I feel like I was hit by a truck? A little bit. I feel like I had all my all my assumptions and expectations undermined. You know, it's like it's really easy to be for me to be a good relationship partner, provided I can sort of relax and operate under certain assumptions. You know, I need to know for a fact that my partner's as on board of the relationship as I am. That I'm not going to be trying to get them back in the boat. Well, I mean, I think that my basic assumption there is correct, but the way that this whole thing played out, it kind of undermined that basic assumption. Got an itchy butt crack. You know, I said before this relationship, and I was quite certain that this was the one sort of stipulation I had, was that whoever I get with and whoever I'm with, they have to be as all in as I am. That I'm not going to put up with, I want to be in a relationship more than you do, and I'm trying to get you to stay in the relationship or want to be with me, and you're trying to leave. I'm not going to have that, you know? I've had so many failed women. They all fail because it's like, what do? They complain for no reason. They make problems where there aren't any. They admire problems. This is the sort of thing I've encountered in life. But Rachel's not like that. So when she became like that for a week, it was very disconcerting. It was like, here we go again. I mean, I don't hang in here. I'm not fussy like that. If there's a problem I'm going to be articulating, it's an actual problem that needs to be addressed. I'm not just finding something to complain about. Like, Kimberly was the biggest complainer in history. All she did was complain. Literally, like, all she ever did was complain. What am I doing to take care of myself? Well, I mean, I'm getting enough sleep. Not much. Not much is up. It's just the thing that I know from past experience that correlates with abject failure of women is the game Yeah But. That's what my experience has been my whole life, is that when I'm with a woman, soon enough, after we've been together for a little while, she's going to start playing Yeah But. Complain. Solution? Yeah, but. I fucking hate that. It's like, no. You do not talk about problems at all unless it is to solve them, not to find other reasons why the problem is so big and needs to be admired. No yeah but with me. If I'm talking to you about something in general, That means my words are there to accomplish something. I don't talk about things for no reason. If like I'm saying, okay, well, you voiced this concern, but here's the answer to that. And then I get a yeah, but okay. You're not interested then in talking about this. You're interested in complaining. Yeah, it's something that I didn't really realize until Rachel did it to me for a little period of time. Just how infuriating I find. It's just like, it's insane. It's like, I see it as this. When somebody wants to complain and then I tell them something and they yab at me, what they really want is to make me scramble. Like, no, work harder to carry my emotional baggage. No, you scramble to make me feel better. No. You hear my words and be convinced by them. First bong rip of the day. Negative words are a big deal. To me, anyway. It's like, I don't really expect much of anything from my significant other in terms of doing shit. I was really happy to see Rachel being so busy and helpful yesterday, cleaning and stuff like that. But I don't expect that. It's not the sort of thing that I get mad about or care about. So, it's like, what I do care about are the right words. You got to say the right words to me. And if you say the wrong words to me, we're going to have a big fucking problem. I mean, I notice my attitude in general as being one that says, no FI. No. You will not FI me. Because I've always seen FI as basically stubborn and fussy. And that's what I understand FI as being. It's just being stubbornly fussy. I don't know if INTJ has the same issue with words or not. But I know Rachel understands the importance of words. This is one of the reasons why we get along so well, is that prior to this instance, she's really never said the wrong words to me. Like, and even in this instance, when I think about what she actually said, she didn't ever actually attack me. The only thing that was sort of an attack on me was her getting all upset because she was feeling neglected because I was working too much. But everything else was like ridiculous stuff that doesn't make me feel insecure at all. She never actually said, like, Eric, you disgust me. You're blah, blah, blah. He never said anything like that, So I think it's interesting that even in her worst moments, she's pretty careful with her words. The thing that was very disruptive to me was that what she was arguing about was whether or not we were meant to be together. And that put me in a position where I had to say, yes, we should be together. And I was fighting against somebody who seemed like she wanted to leave. Well, I ain't here. The thing is, I too was very tempted to draw conclusions based on her words and her behavior and stuff. Whereas I don't think I should have been getting really any credence. She was in a fugue state and not herself. She's dramatically different yesterday than she was, at the beginning of that process. I mean, the key thing is not so much what somebody says, but what they don't say. There are certain kinds of things that I take a lot of effort at the beginning to express to my significant other. These are the things we do not say to each other. We do not call into doubt the viability of the relationship. If we're going to bother doing that, just leave. Otherwise you're on the wrong page. It's like, it is true that not all relationships work out, but it is also true that they'll never work out if you don't operate under the assumption that they will. Well, she's an INFJ, not an ENFJ. She doesn't. It's not like that. It's like I said, Angantir, that Rachel is not Rachel. She didn't make an ultimatum. She just broke up with me on the grounds that someday she would be unhappy. But the ultimatum seems to be an ENFJ thing. I don't like ultimatums of any sort either. As a general rule, in a relationship, my take on it is this. It's like, I just don't want to be leveraged. I don't want to be leveraged into doing anything. It's like, you reach consensus with me, and then we'll be fine. If either party is leveraging the other party, it's not a healthy relationship. If you're doing things that you don't want to, you're having to concede things you don't want to concede, etc. That's not a healthy relationship. It should be relationships, or any kind of healthy relationship between any two people, regardless if it's sexual, platonic, whatever. It should avoid leverage at all costs. Nobody likes being forced to do shit. Or pressured into doing shit. Of course, that's somewhat my 8 slot SE talking. You really don't like your 8 slot function very much. You see it as kind of the source of evil in the world. Might need to wait a bit for what? Like I said, she's better. It's over. She finally got what she'd been looking for her whole life. A sleeping pill that works. So, and it's interesting the way that Bridget represents the need to balance NI and SI in so many ways. And how, like, ENTPs and ESTPs are the two best types of that, balancing NI and SI, because it's in the 4 or 5. I do an excellent job of recognizing where my personal experience is representative of a larger truth and where it's not. And which larger truth it's representative of. I'm not taken away or carried away by the larger truths. I'm not NI susceptible like that. But I'm also valuing the larger truths. So, it's like prior to Christmas, she'd gone 3 years without an episode. At Christmas, she stopped taking her meds and had an episode. And then now, this time, her old meds stopped working. She needed to change meds and had an episode. But I don't expect it to happen again anytime soon. I could be wrong. And it could be that this starts happening on a monthly basis or something. If that's the case, well, then I might have to revisit the question, Because I need to be in a happy, healthy relationship. Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to getting free money from the government. I actually haven't really lost any work. A little. I've lost some work, but I had to work last night. And the thing is, I'd have more work, except I keep avoiding answering the phone. My clients want me to work about twice as much as I'm working, and I'm being super lazy. It would be useful to see from her perspective. I'm not sure if I'm going to really get any free money from the government. I might. Rachel probably can and should and will, I think. But, we're pretty fortunate to be where we are in the situation we're in. And it's that's the thing. I try to always compare against alternatives in general and to recognize how fortunate I am across the board. The thing is, Rachel's on my team now. Rachel's on my team, and she's no longer has to worry about life being unfair to her. On this team, life is incredibly abundantly fair to you. And so what's required is for Rachel to get accustomed to that truth. She's never been in a situation where she doesn't have to at least somewhat walk on eggshells. And she doesn't around here. You know? I'm not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd totally be getting ready for Kentucky right now if it weren't for this fucking virus. I'd be getting ready to win middle school Lincoln Douglas championship. We were gonna win it this year. I had such a great case on the nuclear weapons topic, and that was the TSC topic. Man, that sucks. Jeffrey was gonna kill. I mean, I think we were probably gonna win it. We definitely had a good shot. He was deeply practiced in that topic. Against high school competition too. So you're not autistic. So, you know, that's the thing. A lot of people they're shaped in some amount of fires. I really was not forged very much in fire. I was forged in the right amount of fire. I mean, I was never spoiled as a kid. I remember just hating lots of things. You know, my parents, I was not allowed to be lazy, basically. I was every weekend, it seemed like I had to go up to the desert at least one of the 2 days and work on the apartments that we owned. You know, like paint them or clean them or shit like that. I was constantly having to do that shit. I hated that shit. I always had chores like mowing the lawn and breaking the leaves and stuff. I fucking hated that shit. I couldn't stand it. But I had to do it anyway, you know? But I don't feel like I was abused remotely. I just feel like I'm kind of grateful that my parents were such productivity freaks, because they made me have a work ethic that served me well for much of my adult life. Although I would say at this point it no longer does. I mean, my work ethic now is I like to work on what I want to work on as much as I can, and I don't like to work on things I don't like to work on. Well, I also had a somewhat rough time with peers during some stages. I got bullied a little bit, but not nearly as badly as a lot of other people did. Well, if you are an INFJ in tier, then you don't really have any work ethic. That's just how it goes being an INFJ. You're an advisor. I just never understood I just never understood, like, why I was, well, why I wasn't like everybody else. Like, I always knew I didn't exactly fit in. Like, I had friends, I had plenty of good friends, I had best friend, all that kind of stuff. But I also knew that I had to, I had to squash myself down a lot, you know? Like that kid in that movie, The Incredibles, at the end, he's running a race and he has to make himself slow down so that he can keep pace with the other kids. I felt like that as a kid, but obviously not in terms of my physical speed, but rather in terms of my mental speed. I was always having to turn myself down kind of willfully. And it was that, people found me annoying if I didn't, was the main thing. It was an FE thing. It wasn't anything more than that. I had no awareness of any like intuitives and sensors and cognitive functions and stuff like that. It was just, I thought, people don't like me when I'm me. And I better squash that shit down, you know? Yeah. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, right? I mean, being a smart intuitive in a world of average sensors is a blessing and a curse. Mostly for me at this point, it's a blessing, but it wasn't always, when you're young, you just want to be like everybody else, or at least I did. I mean, kind of. I wanted to, I guess mostly is I wanted to be liked. So that made me an old soul. I feel like such a young soul, frankly. If you were to ask me whether I'm sort of metaphorically old or young, I would say young in a heartbeat. Oh, my beauty. Oh, my impossible kitty beauty. I'm so moved by your glory and your gladness. Oh, yes. What a good kitty friend. What a wonderful kitty friend. Daddy loves you. Yes, he does. I wonder what happens when I end a cycle. Do I get start a new cycle over again or something? Or do I ascend to the heavens or what? Am I at the end of a cycle? What about me? Am I at the beginning of a cycle? Middle? I'm at the end of a cycle? I gotta say, I feel pretty enlightened overall. By which I mean, I guess I mean, I don't feel burdened by a lot of ego conflict with my fear or something. I'm in the finding love and belonging stage, huh? All right. I'm doing pretty well at that, I think. I feel pretty well loved. I feel like I belong. I do. You know? I feel well loved by Rachel. In fact, even in the aftermath of all this stuff. You know, the way she dealt with me yesterday when she was back and sort of going, okay, now I gotta do a little bit of work here because, you know, my fault or not, that was not something that Eric should have to put up with or deal with. She's been very intuitive in dealing with me. I'm Miles Russell from Uncle Buck. I've not seen that movie. I don't know who Miles Russell is, but I hope so. I hope this is. I'd like this place to model what I think proper community should look like. Yeah, how's it going, Peter Dentici? Dentici. How's Santa Cruz treating you? What you doing there? Playing Oregon Trail? You could play that in Santa Cruz, you know. Yeah, it's pretty up there. One problem is I have a lot of homeless people up there. There are a lot of homeless people everywhere now, and so it's going to be even more so now. That's probably wise, Peter. You bet I would get at the end of a long story and stop before I finish it. That seemed kind of pointless. Really? They're gonna have a problem with that, Peter Dentici. You can only criminalize homelessness if you, as a city, have some place for them to go. Supreme Court ruled thusly. I'm still squabbling in my pitiful existence. Who am I squabbling with? I don't think I'm squabbling at the moment. Everything has to end eventually except this live stream, which will go on forever. It was like to be a deterrent for people sitting on the sidewalk. Well, I'll say this much about sort of growth, optimal functioning, and stuff like that. I go through repeated cycles very clearly. Live chat. It's so like right now I feel pretty good across the board. I feel reasonably well rested. I feel not fussy at all. But that's because I took 3 Adderalls this morning. Before I took Adderall, I was tired and kind of scattered a little bit. So it's like I know this cycle well at this point. And today's what is it? 10th. I'll probably run out of it on Monday. And then I'll have all the way to the end of the month till I get any more. It's going to be another 2 weeks plus, And that's okay. I don't mind having that long stretch of sleepy week. I kind of like it. And, during that period of time, Rachel and I will watch a lot of Naruto and we'll chill, We went fishing the other day. I went down to Leg Lake and threw my line in. There's a few other people there fishing too. It wasn't empty at all, the park. It was fairly full of people. Things are kind of starting to move around a bit more here, I think. Seems like people are starting to kind of fudge on the quarantine thing. More traffic. Well, I certainly was exhausted and sad yesterday. I feel like I've transitioned from that somewhat. It's like she was hitting me in my polar. And I don't know. Well, I think it's very telling as to the impact of map and territory disagreement. So the thing that was so distressing to me about this was I had spent 7 months or so locking down these narratives, making sure we were on the same page, we were saying the same words, which is like number one concern to me. We have the right words. We say the same words to each other about the relationship so that we're on the same page. We're both all in. And it, the purpose of that is so that we can both relax and not have to worry about that stupid shit anymore. That's true. That's the crazy thing. She never hits below the belt. And she's seeking reassurance and stuff. And And under normal circumstances, my reasonable amount of reassurance and limited amount of distraction is sufficient to make her realize that she's in a great relationship and is very happy. When she's not herself, I get yeah-butted instead of when I reassure and do the things I have to do. So that's the difference, you know? But she's frankly a hell of a woman. If you think about it, it's like, even in that state, she never attacked me. Which one will I save? Whichever one's closest to the entrance. Or neither, because I don't really want to run into the fire. But I guess I might if I was feeling especially heroic. I mean, how much risk is there to me in the rescuing? Am I going to get burned? I don't want to be like Johnny from Outsiders. I think she feels good now. I really think it boils down to this is the first time she's really slept well in years. And it's giving her a solidity that she didn't have before. But that's something that's developing here over the next few days and weeks and so forth. Last night she had difficulty sleeping again. She took half a Klonopin and still had difficulty sleeping. So I don't know if she ended up falling asleep no problem, but 2 hours after we were in bed, she was still awake. I mean, we went jogging not that long ago, and she did okay. Hang in tear. Yes, now you do. Hang in tear, please don't talk about that stuff, or I guess please don't do that. Ay, ay, ay. Hang in tear. Come on. Yes, it's not. Things change dramatically on sometimes one little thing can change things dramatically. You've got to give your future self some credit. You don't know what could happen tomorrow, the next day, that could make everything different in your life. I've lived so many different lives is just bored. It's infinite potentiality. You can do anything you want. I mean, a lot of it's hard, but that's the thing. Do something hard. Easy's boring. Yeah, Cloud's right on the money there. Cloud is right on the money. But the thing is, for people who are not feeling it, having fun escapes them. Cloud. No, Cloud. There's more than the present. And there's more than what one describes oneself as. Angantier's future self deserves some credit. His older self that thinks differently than his current self does. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, though, Angantier. There's a camp in the future that you're going to attend. I'm expecting to see you there. So, that's not so far in the future. I'm not sure when exactly it's going to be, but it's not so far in the future. And future Angantier wants to go to that. Well, Cloud, I suspect you somewhat overestimate your ability to stay enthusiastic in the face of all that challenge. But if anybody could, I don't doubt that it's you. Exhausted and sad. Yeah. It used to be that a full day required of a person a lot of regular things. A lot of the regularity is of SI. And it really doesn't anymore. It's like, I kind of makes me understand my dad too. somewhat more. When he was a kid, of course, he grew up on a farm. The day was very regimented, and dinner was this thing at the end of the day that, of course, you had to make sure that was fantastic because you were really hungry, and it involved some production. Making dinner involves no production anymore. It's just stick it in the microwave, you're ready to go. Overmen should create their own meaning in life regardless of circumstances. Yeah. When I'm feeling full of piss and vinegar, or just in general feeling like a beast, I have that kind of same attitude of like, I will decide what reality means. I'm not reality, bitch. But, you know, like everybody else, I too am reality's bitch. O'Doul's. The amber kind is not bad. In fact, I'm being too harsh. It's better than not bad. I like it a lot. I get this O'Doul's Amber. I got 3 6-packs at the store. I got O'Doul's Amber. I got Heineken Zero. And I got Buckler. Well, but in that instance, Cloud, Nietzsche's drawing the distinction between meaning and an alternative to meaning. So what's the alternative to meaning if it's not reality? Well, what do you want to call it instead of reality? Regardless, it's the alternative to meaning. I mean, I would agree that circumstances comprise an element of reality. I don't understand what's the distinction you're making exactly. Causality? What about it? So the difference between circumstances and reality is causality? Wait, how are you not answering my question? What exactly is the distinction you're making between circumstances and reality? I don't want to fight my given position and make it better. What's wrong with my existing position? Why does it need to improve? That's an interesting notion, Angatir. I'm only useful in what I offer, but that can easily be obtained from others. This is why I think uniqueness becomes such a driving force. Yeah, well, I mean, my point is that there are limits to my meaning smithing. I like to think of myself as a meaning smithing time wizard who can compel reality to follow the dictates of my narratives, but I'm actually quite limited in my ability to do that. I'm more able to do that in some areas than others. So that's the answer to that question. Well, here's the thing, Angantir. FI polar people feel like you do. Okay? And Lantern-esque, I'll say this to you as well. All FI polar people feel like what Angantyr says there. I don't think Angantyr is FI polar, but that's an FI polar thing to say. I am valuable only to the extent that I'm useful to others. Is textbook FI polar. What sounds like a deviation from truth? I mean, I'm a meta-rationalist, so there's going to be a little bit of squirreliness implicit in the way I do intellectual business. I would say it's a feature, not a bug, but I agree, uniqueness isn't always significant. What's funny is those are both debate terms. Uniqueness in debate refers to whether you can claim an impact or not. So the impact's got to be unique to the thing for you to be able to claim the impact. For example, if I say I want to pass a law I mean, I call it, what I'd say meaning-smithing is I'll get back to uniqueness in a second. You can't. That's the thing. You have to decide which side of the battle versus good and evil you're on. If you try to play it black or gray, then you're right. But I'm a white wizard, so I only insist reality adhere more closely to the just. TE is sixths. Well, that's not true, emailed Anthrax. Truth is not universal. Only validity is universal. But the thing is, what I mean by that is the truth of that statement right there is true relative to this frame and our various definitions. We could define all these terms differently and come up with a different conclusion of what the words are and stuff. So, but we couldn't change the grammar without destroying the meaning entirely. So, Lantern-esque. Right, I want to go back to uniqueness. Yeah, six, right. No, I'm not saying you're FI polaring into. I'm just saying that those things you said are very FI polar-esque statements. Not only FI polar people will make them, but that represents the FI polar position pretty well. So about uniqueness. Uniqueness in debate relates to the impact and the advocacy. So if I advocate banning all forks, then I might say, my opponent might say to me, if we ban all forks, everybody who uses forks to eat will starve. Well, no, because getting food to your mouth is not unique to forks. In other words, if we banned all forks, people would use spoons or chopsticks or something else. But they're not going to starve to death, right? And the reason they're not going to starve to death is because getting food to your mouth is not unique to forks. That's how uniqueness is done. That's what uniqueness means in debate. No, I mean, validity doesn't have to have words that mean anything. So if A, then B, and C, and not B and C, therefore not A. That's validity, okay? That's valid, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any truth to it or not. Something that is considered sound is both true and valid. Regarding what's true, however, is going to depend on the kind of statement you're making. Remember, only statements have truth values, and the truth values that are possible are true, false, and no truth value. So it's like truth is pretty well understood, frankly, as a mantle we ascribe to statements, which is the metric for which is dependent on the kind of statement that's being made. So, and we can parse that out as well. Descriptive statements, prescriptive, normative, predictive. Those are all 4 kinds of statements there are. So it's like, what's true of a descriptive statement? What makes a descriptive statement true is different than what makes a predictive statement true, or a prescriptive statement, or a normative statement. We have different understandings of the word truth for those different kinds of statements. And whether or not we afford them a status of truth is contingent on what we're doing argumentationally. So I might concede for the sake of argumentation that this is true. Well, then what would, in fact, be the consequences? That doesn't mean that thing is true. It means it can be afforded a status of truth temporarily in order for us to do the argumentational work. So that's right there is proof that truth is not universal, that truth is a tool that we use to in understanding. But it's more like a direction. And we choose which direction we want to go. Do we want to go in the direction of truth, or do we want to go in the direction of falsehood? I believe in free will, Cloud. In fact, I've proved it. Conditionality infers free will. Free will. I mean, because that's what conditionality is. Sure. The fact that we have the capacity to consider multiple different states of affairs, in other words, taking action A, B, or C, to hypothesize regarding the outcomes of them, and then make a decision, well, that is the very definition of free will. Conditionality and free will are the same thing. If you don't think conditionality is free will, you're not meaningfully defining free will. Like I said, Cloud, our decisions have the capacity to be explored conditionally before being made. That's what it means to have free will. Because I can explore conditionally option A, B, or C and decide upon them, there is no other description of free will that includes, there's no understanding of free will that's meaningful that is not comprised entirely of those elements. No, they're not capable of that. You have to be directed to do that. They're a tool. Ants have free will. Just because you follow in the line with the other ants doesn't mean you don't have free will. It means you freely choose to do so. But I don't know if ants have free will or not. I don't think they can explore things conditionally. Why? Well, let's explore. What will happen if I do lift one of my hands? If I do lift one of my hands, Cloud will say X. But if I don't lift one of my hands, Cloud will say Y. Or will continue to insist that I lift one of my hands. What should I do or not do? The fact that I can consider that, Cloud, the fact that I can consider that means that this is a freely chosen act. Okay? If I weren't able to consider it, then it would be automatic. So that's the difference between free will and automatic. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what made me lift that one and not the other. The fact is, I freely chose to do so, and we know I freely chose to do so because I was able to articulate ahead of time that there were choices, and that Cloud, you can't escape that fact. That I can conditionally consider choices and pick one. That's the definition of free will. That's what free will is. That's it. Sorry. You think you want it to be something else. You want decisions to exist in a conditional realm for them to be free will. No. Decisions are when you make your conditional into the causal. When something's causal and linear, there's always only one action taken, right? And that's not conditional. That's non-conditional. So you can't expect that which is non-conditional to be conditional to consider it free will. That's just crazy. What made me choose left instead of right? The processes of free will. That's what made me choose left instead of right. The processes of free will. Namely, the ability to conditionally consider multiple choices and pick one according to what my thoughts and considerations indicate. That's what it means to have free will, Cloud. The question is so absurd. We obviously have free will. The act of picking one was based on that process of consideration that I engaged in, where I conditionally considered various outcomes. No, did you hear me, Cloud? Do you remember what I said? I conditionally considered my options and made a decision. It doesn't matter why I made the decision for one or the other. That proves free will right there. We don't have to go any further than that. It's free will. Because why? Because the difference between that which is free will and that which is not is the ability to conditionally consider and make a decision. No, Cloud, you're not going deeper. You're going meaningless. Words don't mean anything when you don't accept that reality I just said. Yeah, to be able to deliberate and to decide is to have free will. Humans can deliberate and decide. It doesn't matter why they decided that. That's part of their free will. That's up to them and their own free will. I mean, the thing is, emailed anthrax, some people have the potential for a lot of wizardry, and some people don't. Sure, Tom Jickelson, because I mean, look, the real question is you're trying to ask there is if you successfully predict what someone's going to do before they did it, did they have the choice? And the answer is yes, because you might have been unsuccessful in your prediction. Just because you were right this time doesn't mean you've successfully calculated their will and they are no longer, because they're entirely predictable, they're no longer free. In theory, if you could entirely predict a person's behavior, that would be a good indication that person does not have free will. But the reason that will never happen is that human beings are an open system, not a closed system. We're aware of efforts, observations directed at us, and those impact how we respond to those observations. So we do have free will. You don't have control over your FI. I don't have any control over my FI either. I also find I don't really understand it very well. Trying to process this whole Rachel thing has been involving my FI quite a bit, I guess. It's confusing. It's really confusing because I understand that I shouldn't feel less safe in general in a relationship because of this most recent incident. And I shouldn't really feel like she wronged me particularly because she was not herself and for lots of other reasons. She didn't really do or say anything so terribly bad. So it's like, why do I feel so, or why am I so disrupted in some fashion? And I don't know. Even when I start thinking about it, it's confusing to me. FI is very confusing to me. The thing is, free will doesn't mean limitless will. Just because I have the capacity to choose some doesn't mean I have the capacity to choose anything. And it's not the case that I could choose to use FI. First of all, I wouldn't want to. One invariably makes some bad choices with one's free will, but one would not wish to purposely make bad choices with one's free will. Let me scroll up here. The idea of choice is negated by the idea of survival. Survival is a choice we don't want to go against. Well, there is a prime directive, and certainly survival fits into that prime directive, namely that our map and our territory match. And very few of us ever map that we aren't, you can't, making a map that looks into the future somewhat is predicated on the idea that you're still alive in the future. So sort of the basic prime directive requires you to try to stay alive. And it usually works to keep people alive. But in some instances, the prime directive makes it such that people prefer to commit suicide. Namely, they've decided that they cannot match map and territory unless they take some sort of extraordinarily extreme measure to draw them to exact conformity at the very end. know what's going to happen and make it happen. But it's depressing. Regardless, we all it's a good question, Lantern-esque. Let me think about it for a second. I would say no, she threw up my FI because, I expect sort of steady pleasantness. That's my map. I had gotten accustomed to steady pleasantness and easy relations with her, not having to battle things out. Us both bending over backwards to make sure the other person's interests are being considered. A lot of FE between us, which I like. And during this episode, she switched to her own FI, her own fears, her own concerns about just outblown NI concerns. In other words, she switched to negative NI. Every negative thing that she could see that could possibly cause the relationship to end badly for her was sufficient reason to break up with me in advance, which is kind of crazy to think about. But she was living in her fears. And so when she said those things, she ended up throwing off my FI because, I'm operating under the assumption that my relationship is stable and solid and that I can safely love her, that I can safely throw my affections upon her without consideration of the stupid dance that people play of like, well, are you as into this relationship as I am, or am I hot or cold or whatever, like that kind of stuff. I hate that stuff. I need to know that my FI is safe. To let it out of the classroom onto the playground, I need to know that it's safe. And it's a shock to the FI system when my little kid FI is out playing around and assuming everything's fine, and all of a sudden mommy gets abusive, it's a shock because it's like that's the thing. It's a sense of betrayal because we were all agreed on the map, and all of a sudden your territory shifted, and her map talk shifted. That was the problem. And all of a sudden, all the map that we were all agreed on is no longer under agreement. And my most childlike function is FI. By far. And it's primitive. But I don't have an adversarial relationship with it. So the thing is, email anthrax, this is what I discover all the time talking about this thing. Rachel has a genuine mental illness that erupts into episodes every once in a while if it's not managed properly. And in this instance, she was changing medications, and it erupted in this episode. It is something that any reasonable person would remember that first and foremost, this is not Rachel I was dealing with. This was Rachel in a fugue state. And to not take what she was saying seriously at all, as she indicates I shouldn't now. And she's back to herself, and that sort of shit doesn't happen at all. But the other thing is that prior to December, she had been 3 years between episodes. In December, she had an episode, she stopped taking her meds, and right now she had an episode because her old meds stopped working, and we had to switch meds, and it was a rough week. But I agree with you entirely, Email Anthrax, that under normal circumstances, not the sort of thing I'd put up with again. You know, the fact that it's so starkly an episode of mental illness makes it excusable, and it just means that I have to. I just left a couple of comments or something the other day. She was commenting back and forth with Cloud in some recent video. That's right. I went through and I thumbs up and hearted every single one of those comments, even though there was a shit ton of them. Just because I felt thusly inspired. No, I didn't know that. That was real. I actually thought you might be Eileen because you were saying, "Where's Eileen? Lost is Eileen." Eric's still blah blah blahing. That crazy Eric. He should sit here in silence on the live stream. That would be much better, huh, Cloud? Why are you talking on a live stream, Eric? Everybody knows that the best live streams, the host remains silent. I like you, Cloud. You're cool. You're funny. Do I think if I broke up with Rachel, she'd have a difficult time finding a long-term partner? I mean, I'm certain that she'd never find a partner as good as me. I understand. It's not just me. It's I'd never find a partner as good as her either. We are unbelievably, shockingly compatible in all sorts of things that matter a lot. It's creepy. The way that, as I mentioned before, this thing keeps popping up in my own thoughts is shocking. The fact that she and I have like exactly the same taste in music. So much so that anytime she wants to play me something, I'm excited to hear it. When we're in a normal flow, we also have the same rhythms. We get hungry at the same time. We get sleepy at the same time. We want to do the same things at the same time. Like if I say, "Do you want to watch another episode of this?" and inside I'm like, "I'm ready to switch over." She's the same way, and vice versa. Why would you, Cloud? What do you mean you would not die for her? Okay, so it's like, first of all, why is that? Why is that the criterion for love? That if I would die for somebody, then I love them. But if I wouldn't, then why are we having to make this decision about whether either of us are going to die for the other one? How often does that occur in the world? That, one person has to die to save the life of the other person. How often does that occur? Not very often. So why use that to decide whether or not she's the one? Any doms too, to an extent. Well, listen, Angan, too. The thing to remember is I have a very NI heavy taste in music for an ENTP. I'm not sure all ENTPs are like that. I'm much more. Good night, sweet prince. Hey, Anginger, if there are any peas under your mattresses, you should remove them or else you won't sleep properly. I mean, the thing about it is, if you wanted to make some sort of decision of whether the person you're with is the right person, in my mind, you got to first and foremost see, are you attracted to them? Do you want to have sex with them? Are you like, ooh la la, I want to hit that shit? You should be. I didn't realize that until this relationship. This is the first time I was like, well, I mean, because I knew, I wasn't sure at the beginning, very, very beginning, if this was, what exactly this was. It was going to be like, I guess at the very, very beginning, I thought, I'm big pimping, this girl's going to fly out here, I'm going to fuck her for a week, and then, whatever. But after talking to her for not very long, I started getting quite smitten. And, I told her I loved her before I even met her in person. So, and yeah, I've never had such a good relationship before. So, I guess that's maybe not necessarily. I'd never put it as a priority before. I always thought, I guess because I'm FI polar, I always thought, well, that's not very important. SE 8th slot and FI polar. That's not important. Why should that matter? That shouldn't matter at all what they look like, really. It shouldn't be as important as it is to everybody. It's important. It's important. Rachel, I am very attracted to. And we are very compatible sexually. And the thing is, I had a marriage with an ESFJ. ESFJs are very accommodating. At least my ESFJ ex-wife was. And so I never felt unsatisfied. Like I felt serviced in that area well, even though I wasn't particularly attracted to the woman. What I'm saying is, you need to find yourself physically attracted to the person you're going to go out with. Notably so, like not like she'll do, but Jesus Christ, I want to hit that shit. Where you're feeling your masculine oats. If you get that, well, I mean, that's a sustainable benefit. That's a benefit that doesn't really go away. I found that there's been no like reduction in my level of attraction to Rachel as we've been together longer. And she has gotten chubbier, but I don't really care at all because she's also got this bone, It's unbelievable. This woman, she defies gravity. I'll just tell you. And so young and pert. And she's 35 though, but she didn't. There's nothing 35 about her. The ones with big eyes and sharp nose must have gone over the knife you will. Is that you're talking about the Asian girls? I dated a Korean with my first girlfriend. We got along well. That was my only other good relationship with my very first girlfriend. And it was only good until youthful shit fucked it up, being stupid. I fucked it up. But that's fine. Now I've got Rachel and everything's fine. She's a special lady. I don't know about that. All of your exes find me weird for an Asian. Countess, you just, to be perfectly honest, and I mean this in the most loving way possible, you don't need that prepositional phrase for an Asian. It's totally extraneous. Cloud says, Countess, unblock him. Cloud says, Countess, unblock Cloud. Cloud says, tell Countess to unblock me, quote unquote. Can you not see Azrael, Cloud? Cloud, can you see Azrael? Maybe you blocked her. My skin's looking amazing too. My skin is looking absolutely amazing these days. You know why? Smoking. It tightens and revitalizes the skin. I'm part Countess, yes. I'm one part Countess, one part Winston's mom, one part Cloud. I'm a compilation of everybody who's here. That's how Host Eric is just this flat, empty thing until people arrive and then he becomes them, like Zelly. What are the secrets of my flawless skin? Smoking cigarettes, number one. That helps a lot. Oil of Olay. If you haven't tried oil of Olay, that's a real skin rejuvenator. It tightens, it rejuvenates, it youthifies my skin. If you want to know about the secrets of my hair, which has lots of both body and sheen, that makes sense, Cloud. As soon as you stop smoking, your skin goes to shit. They spend 30 minutes a day on skincare. Okay, translation. They spend 30 minutes a day pointlessly rubbing shit on their face. That's what that means. There's no such thing as rejuvenating oil of whatever shit. It's just all bullshit. Women need to stop buying into this whole makeup-y, lotion-y thing. It's like during my second marriage, my house had so many lotions and candles and different flavors of shampoo, and it was just ridiculous. It's like, how much of this shit do you possibly need? Of course, that's ESFJ for you. Yes, right. And that something was me, Tom Tickleson. That was me telling you. You need to start smoking. That's not a spirit animal, Cloud. That's a movie. The only thing that works on a molecular level is retin A that is derived from vitamin A, but it needs prescription. Everything else is rubbish. And what does retin A do? Does it retinize your skin? Why is dry skin bad? Who really has dry skin? You know, I never rub any shit on my skin, and it's just fine. There's nothing inherent to the human genome that says to be a successful individual, thriving member of the species, you have to rub some crap on your freaking skin. We aren't amphibians. We don't need to stay wet part of the time. My body pilling is too rough and my face pilling is too soft for my face. What's pilling? I don't know what that is. It gives you your cheekbones back? Who stole your cheekbones? I want to know who stole the cheekbones in the first place and what the mechanism was by which they were returned to you. The skin is our largest organ, and we need to tend our skin, but our face is the mask we wear in public. I want my face to stay in the game for a bit longer. Oh, it's like sandpaper for dead skin cells? I see. Pilling. Hey. These add character. See these wrinkles? See those? That's called character. See these? It's called character. Should I get a facelift? Look like this. Hi. Now I look better. I look a lot better because I got a facelift. See how much better I look? Yeah, I think so. That's real. I think so. I got a foreskin on my forehead and a forehead on my foreskin, and I couldn't have done anything else. I have no foreskin. I have a confession to make. I don't have any foreskin. They chopped it off when I was a baby. It's true. I've never missed it. Supposedly, you should miss it, but I don't. Who here enjoys a foreskin? Who has a foreskin? Anybody? No, I can only lift them in unison. I can't do one. I can't do them separately. Cloud, do you have a foreskin? Five skin gum? You got a five skin? Okay, cool. Yeah, I've developed a lot of character over the years. A lot of character. You are not, unfortunately? Oh, so you don't like the fact that you have a foreskin? I hear mixed messages about this. Some people say they think it's appalling that people are circumcised. Other people who have a foreskin, like Cloud here, doesn't seem to be a fan of it. Countess, I think it's odd. You think you're bullied a lot. That's not what I've observed. You're tough as nails, always available to battle down to the end. I don't see Countess as being bullied. I see her as on the bullying end. That's just my perception, I guess. And direction is what I get. Then I'll go inside. Come on in. Hook it down there into the fur. Yeah, it's all good. I ain't trying to bust your chops or nothing. It's another rainy day here in Los Angeles. It seems that it's been raining a week at least. Water levels exceed the norm for this time of year. Even some places exceed the norm for the entire season of the year. Now you're a knight in shining armor. I don't remember calling you that. But if you want to be so proud, then that's where it's at. Another rainy day in Los Angeles. Snowy even in the hills. It got cold enough to snow up in the mountains still. I called you wicked, you called me bad. You said you thought I'd be a terrible dad. I called you wicked for humping INFPs without caring enough about their feelings. Jeez, well, that's something about which I'm ashamed. Maybe it dissuaded you somewhat in your game. Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful times, wonderful places. Thank you, Matthew Alistair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Azrael, for your kind words. I like the guitar. It's nice to play. It feels good to play the guitar. It makes me feel happy. $30,000 days, 30,000 rough occasions, 30,000 opportunities to fail. 30,000 days, 30,000 rough abrasions, 30,000 times. Days, 30,000 rough occasions, 30,000 times of things. If I value you, make you a moderator. That's quite an ultimatum there, Cloud. Hi, John Henry. How are you? Pleasure to see you. Pleasure indeed. Yeah, did I successfully do so? No, I was logged into the wrong account. I meant to link to you in that comment of yours, the studio version of Destruction of the Whole Damn World. And I was logged in as the wrong account, so I didn't want to try to post a link there. Anyway, I got distracted and didn't end up doing it. I'll remember to do that today. The lyrics there are, Judy always thought that she should have bought two when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about should and ought, although she ought recall that she'll die. I should say that, something like that. But I think it just, I think I just sort of cut out those lyrics and I just don't sing those lyrics anymore, the last little bit of it. Hi, Tatum. What time is it in my country? 6:21 in the morning. It's 6:21 in the morning. Though she ought recall that. It's basically, Julie soon forgot about should and ought, although she ought recall that she'll at some point die, is the end of the thought. It doesn't actually get said in the song. But the idea being that she's failing her moral duties and that ultimately her time will run out and she will have failed her job as a moral agent, I guess, is the message of that. A little bit of preachiness there. You woke up to go potty? Do you have to go number 1 or number 2, Tatum? We all need to know. Are you going to squirt a stream of urine from your vagina? That's not where it comes out of there. It doesn't come out of your vagina. It comes out of your pee hole. Your pee hole, huh? Yeah, it's different than your vagina, okay? Don't you know anything about ladies and their parts? Not that much, frankly. I don't really care, I guess. Here we go. Oh, Sammy has a story that need be told, and this is a song for the open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years in, 3 kids, weary now and questioning the path. Agency got basic discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency convert is really just a pressure, making sure those underneath them always run. Everybody panic at the kids, lock them up with extra Dexedrine. Mathematics produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outweighs at discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency convert is really just a pressure, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20, the bourbon fund, likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. But the team to set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency got basic discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency convert is really just a pressure. They'll offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody panic at the kids. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, lock them up with Dexedrine. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outweighs its discretion, locked in a passage, way too young. Significance is rejection. They'll offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Without consent, it's really just oppression. By parents are surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed their fear of dying, yeah, and feed upon the futures of the young. That was a pretty good take of that. It's about as well, that's about as good as I play that song, I would say. Let's see here. Play another one. Write a quarantine injustice song. Yeah, that's my song, Matthew Alster. It's called Sammy's Song. I'll share the link to the chords and lyrics for you. There you go. And next I will play this one. This is a hard song to play. I'm going to try to play it a little bit of an easier way this time. This song kind of frustrates me because it's so hard to play. I could play it slower, but then it's not as good. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. I gotta play this a different way. It's too hard to play like that. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made. Until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow maybe time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one will exactly win that day. Your uncertainties are listed just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow every time for yesterday. That's not a good way to play it either, exactly, but noise, shade, throwing. For my next trick, I shall pull a rabbit out of my hat, as per the classic cartoon, Rocky and Bullwinkle. If you are a fan of Rocky and Bullwinkle, then you too know what I mean when I say, for my next trick, I will pull a rabbit out of my hat. I will pull a rabbit out of my hat, is what I say. And this is the rabbit that I shall pull. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan, who's a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or rather like Jack, too stuck on the facts? What's the matter with Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn? Is she living in sin? She's been hanging with Jim. He's looking terribly thin. What's the deal with Frank? Stealing fish from my tank. He's colluding with you, and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with Matt? From the peeling decay to the coldness of Sven, they talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days still spill at the overwatered past, and whoever's left that's still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quantity for Liz? Did she fail a quiz? What's the matter with Drew? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, paths that lead to lesser days, still spill out the overwatered past, and whoever's left that's still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. Each of us have much and gravely sinned. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again, 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 again. Well, that went very well until the very last line when I went A flat A D instead of A flat D. And if you'd like to see the chords and lyrics for this one, I am looking at them here, the only place I do have them, which is this video. Thank you, Azrael. Kind of just want some Ed Sheeran. I don't know how to play Ed Sheeran. I think I will play Agave Weatherman, though. God damn it. There. Here we go. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a history after the collapse. Returning to the urgency of isolated past. You're picturing community free of metaphysics. Haunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay. By what you think is in the way. Old life as children of the land. Within Agave Weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Loyalty, disconnection, and every corporate act. Asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay. Now what you think is in the way of love as children of the land. With an Agave Weatherman. You find maternity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now. And your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, where tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cavort. Yeah, life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay. Hostility is kept at bay. Why what you think is in the way? Why what you think is in the way of life as children of the land? With an Agave Weatherman. With an Agave Weatherman. Like this. God damn it. I really had difficulty with this one here. And the reason is, in part, or in large part, was because I have fit it all onto one screen, but it's very small as a consequence, so it's hard to follow along with what I'm doing. I will additionally share the chords and lyrics to this one for anyone who's interested. Copy link. It's a little live stream called How to Play All of Eric's Songs. So I kind of fucked that one up. Wasn't one of my better renditions of that song. But you know, that's how it goes. not be in the sink. Just the right height to catch all of the desired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. And I will go upstairs, find me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to name that name. Gerald always thought they'd be Johnson up to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Back on his business, thinking of changing backlist to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. Gerald knows he understands everyone clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent in picking the stew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tasty spots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. That was pretty cool. You know, about, I'd say, 3% of the time, I am myself an African-American woman. I am. It's true. I'm an African-American woman. Yes, I am. Proud of who I am and what I am. I'm an African-American woman all the time. Look at me walking around. Okay. For my next trick, I will play, what's it called? Here we go. I'm going to play this song. This song will remind you of the delights of childhood combined with the delights of adulthood. It's pretty good if you think about it. Good come from skating on with them whom you mistaken for the one. I bet you with a defense and a decent easy, self-inflicted eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you both that's done, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words as wrong as they were dumb. I burned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you, though. Now to trust ourselves might true. The love lies deep between you and me. At least I got that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you both that's done, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words as wrong as they were dumb. I burned my share of shame. My share of shame. Yes, I too have earned my share of shame. Shame is an important emotion that we must all feel constantly. If you're not feeling shame right now, why not? Why aren't you ashamed of yourself? Now I'm gonna play Destruction of the Whole Damn World. Yeah. Here we go. Then I'm gonna put down the guitar properly. Curls Had Enough. That song's called Curls Had Enough, but I can't play that and sing it at the same time. Same as this song, I can't play it and sing at the same time. Got a number of those, actually. Actually, I'm going to play something before Destruction. When I was younger, it seemed. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll wanna know the way to get back at you. Wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost in two. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Okay, now the last song I'm going to play. Usually the last song I do play, Destruction of the Whole Damn World. Seems to go well generally. People like it. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pay. A logic to life we devisively unlock, from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how the misassigned. Now do this and priorities. These flowing back stepping into these. Superman, heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting cause one and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. All partition the records and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Judy shares for 4 minutes. You just can't share things like they do. Chance to buy. She forgot to buy shirt and I don't think she ever call that. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how the misassigned. How do they set their priorities? They're flowing back, stepping into these. Superman, I make it misery, follow necessarily from the savage ways. It's all been caused in misery. We're stuck in such petty larceny. We all live in the rector and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Of the whole damn world. I played that poorly. I played it really poorly. It's frustrating. I don't want to end on such a bad note. I don't want to end poorly. I want to end well. I don't want to end so badly that I smell. I'd rather come up with something new, at least they different standard of success. This kind of standard is the best. It's the best kind of standard of success. It allows me extra credit, I guess, for on the spot creativity. I'm barely flacked out. I'm barely flacked out this morning. I'm barely flacked out. I'm barely flacked out. It is dawn on me that I'm barely flacked out, as you can see. I'm barely flacked out. Yes, I'm barely flacked out, as you can see for sure. Oh, you want to come to LA for why? You want to have sexuality intercourse with me? You can't have sexuality intercourse with me, Cloud. I'm in a relationship with a lady. With the lady person. I like my lady person. Lady people are nice. You know why lady people are nice? Ladies smell good and are softer than me. They have boobs and a vagina. They are the Whopper children who fill our hearts with love. They are the Whopper children coming from above. If you like Whopper children, then you know it's organic vegetable time. It's organic vegetable time. Let's go to the farmer's market. We'll meet up with our lesbian friends Marla and Carly. They have golden retrievers. Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of dumbass bumper stickers on my car. I'm feeling the burn. Yeah. Asriel, she dated females when she was younger, until she learned that she really desperately in need of cock. Yes, desperately in need of penis cock. God bless you too, John Henry. Have a great day. Yeah, I wouldn't be sure about this last part either. This is where Eric starts just being thwacky for no good reason. No, they're kind of, well, I mean, there might be lesbians in Mindy's club, but they'd have to pretend that they were straight for Mindy. She's a bit of a bitch about things. If you give her anything, she'll be a bitch about it. Gotta make some more Mandy's Club. Gotta make it soon. After all, without Mandy's Club, it's constantly high noon. And we're standing out in the street, shooting each other with pistols and meat. Wondering why we gotta have this beat in the sun. I should tell you a sad day in Hawaii. Someone fell in the ocean, swept away. It was Foxy Fox on that dark day. We said goodbye to Foxy from Bender's Club, 'cause she fell in the ocean, water from above. Fell in the ocean water 'cause she wasn't playing nice with Buzz, and now she swept away. Sweeping, 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 sweeping away. Sweeping, 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 sweeping today. Stupid Eric. God, you're stupid, you stupid Eric. Sometimes I say things like that to myself. I'm not sure why. It just sort of busts out of my mouth before I can stop it. I say things to myself like, okay, well, good to know. Hey, good news, everybody. No one's responsible for their actions. No more free will. We've done away with it. Cloud has nixed the free will. He's gone, no way, no thanks, no no more free will. And now it's gone. I didn't win that argument. There's no free will. I was doomed, destined to lose that argument from the outset. It was preordained. So, Cloud, if there's no free will, is everything preordained? If, in fact, there's no free will, then is everything preordained? Does it become present while still in the future? Because that's what it means to say it's preordained. The present that it will be is already existent in the past. I see. Well, then how do you differentiate between the future and the past and the present? Because I call the future that which has not yet come to be. But you've defined it as the past, that which already has come to be. From the past and the future. Because I define the future as that which has not yet come to be. And the past is that which we already know has come to be. You know, that's already come to be. The present as that which we're experiencing right now. So, by my definition of the future, then, if there's no free will, there's no future. It's just all past, right? Do I freely experience the present moment, or am I somehow not freely experiencing it? Is my current experience a choice? Is my current experience an expression of will at all, free or otherwise? Well, if you are strong enough, imagination becomes reality. That would seem to indicate that it's not preordained, right? Because sometimes if you're strong enough, then it becomes reality. But if you're not strong enough, it doesn't become reality. So is your imagination freely imagined? Or are those preordained as well?
Okay. So, well, I mean, see, that's a vague question. What's an expression of will? Well, you say there's no free will. You must know what will is, right? I'm saying, is my experience right now, for example, the taste and feeling of this hitting the cigarette, is that an act of will or is it an act of experiencing? Well, in other words, one can be a subject taking willful action. One can also be an object. In other words, one can receive things and one can experience things in real time. So not all those things are willful actions, right? If I know something, that's not a kind of willful action, is it? We can distinguish between things that are automatic, like knowing something or remembering something, drawing an automatic association, which we can say is not freely willed, right? For sure, because that's automatic. Versus something that's not automatic, something where we decide something. Now, it's true, typically, most people are going to try to make what they believe to be the best decision when they take willful action. And what they consider to be the best decision is going to be strongly informed by what has come before. There's no disputing that. But that's where what I'm trying to get at here, Cloud, is that the delineation between free will and non-free will is a false dichotomy. Okay, the human experience comprises a lot more components than just willful action. And whether or not willful action is free or not, our only meaningful definition of that is, can we conditionally consider it? In other words, is it automatic or reflexive, or is it considered or deliberate? And so in other words, we can say there is deliberated action. When you're trying to say, but it's nevertheless preordained, what you're saying is that because we can draw causal links between things, that everything must be causally reducible. And that's simply not the case. There's lots of things that are emergent realities from complex systems. Synergy exists in the world, So it's, well, what I'm trying to point out, Cloud, is that I am both driving reality before me and reality's bitch. When Rachel's medication stops working and she goes off the rails for a week, I'm reality's bitch. There's nothing I can do about that. It's not something I can talk my way out of. In fact, attempting to talk my way out of it just caused me more heartache. And that's the truth. So it's like sometimes reality hits you in the face, and sometimes you get to drive reality before you. It's a mixed bag. You got to accept both parts of reality is true. Just as you have to accept that some actions are deliberated and some are non-deliberated. And the distinction between a deliberated action and a free will is meaningless. But did you understand what I said, Cloud? I said there's no disputing. There's a difference between automatic forms of being and those that are deliberated, okay? And so the key thing here then, Cloud, is the burden would be on you to display definitively that, in fact, that which is deliberated is distinct from free will. Now, in order to do that, you are going to try to do what you're doing here, which is say, well, everything's causally reducible, except we know that's not the case. There's lots of things that function by synergy. Complex multivariate systems often produce emergent phenomena that are not causally reducible to any specific combination of ordinalities. Not everything in the world is ordinal, and that's just how it is. So synergy is when the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So, for example, a car engine. What causes your car to drive? It's irreducible. It's the fact that all the different parts of the engine are working together as they properly should that cause it to drive. If you have all of those pieces, if you have all those pieces of an engine, but you don't have them put together properly, it won't do anything at all. In other words, it's not proportionally attaining its utility. So if I have an engine 95% built, it doesn't go 95% fast, right? See what I'm saying? It's synergy.
it takes all of the pieces together for anything to happen. It doesn't scale like that. It's not like if I'm almost done with the engine, then I can drive the car pretty well. It won't drive at all until I'm all the way done with the engine. That's synergy. This is synergy right here is what's happening. Your position being pro free will, and my basic position, being against free will, my basic position being pro free will, has created a synergy here where we're actually not talking about, we're getting beyond the actual argument and getting into the actual meat of the matter, which is that the distinction between free will and non-free will is a specious one in and of itself. That willful action is one kind of action that human beings can do and behave as, but that we are also the recipient of actions, and we have knowledge and we have deliberation, and what we realize is that because we define the future as that which has not yet occurred, and if we want to define it as something else, then the future doesn't exist. So that's fine. It means that we operate in a world where we only have the past and the present. And if you think you can operate in that world, go ahead, Cloud. But the point is, we do operate in a world where we presume a future, and in that presumption of the future, there is a process of map making and making determinations about what things mean and what to expect, drawing assumptions and stuff like that comprise a totality of a human being. Some will is reflexive. We know that. Okay. Listen, Cloud. Listen. This is very straightforward. This is not complicated. Okay. This is not TI even. This is just simple truth. Sometimes we have reflexive action. So if you jump up behind me and startle me, I'll go, reflexively. That's non-chosen, non-willful. Okay. No, but Cloud, instead of talking, listen. Okay. So we know there is action that is not decided. We also know there is action that is decided. Okay. There's no disputing that. Now, your point is that the decision is an illusion, that actually what seems to be a deliberated decision is preordained, because we'll always go with what we think is the best decision based on what we know prior. Okay. But as a matter of fact, we've all experienced instances where we say after the fact, God, I don't know why I did that. I knew better. I knew better than that. What we mean is that we went with an impulsive decision instead of a deliberated decision. And so we know that's possible as well. Okay. So given that we have all the components of free will in place, and you're saying, no, it can't be free will because it's predetermined by everything that's happened before. Well, what are you ignoring? You're ignoring the fact that we know what it looks like when it's preordained. It's reflexive, right? So if you startle me, you can accurately predict that if you sneak up on me and startle me, that I will jump up, right? You can accurately predict that. Why? Because in some sense, it's preordained. My response is reflexive. I cannot choose to do anything else. So we know what it looks like when action is non-willful or is not chosen. Okay? So if in fact there's no free will, then all action would be like that. Well, that's the alternative to free will, is reflexive. See, you don't want there to be alternatives to things, but there are, Cloud. It's like we both agree that reflexes are not free will. And so then why aren't they free will? Because they're automatic. They're not deliberated. That's the reason. So when you deliberate something, that makes it free will. Functionally, it is. There's no distinction between it. And again, the only explanation you have as to why it's not is your presumption that everything is causally reducible. But I've already demonstrated that's not the case. So you're wrong. So I have won the free will argument. It doesn't matter if I can define it. That's not requirement for establishing free will. The
point is my decision heuristics are multiple and complex, and it depends on circumstances of what decision heuristic I use. Okay. Now, whether you're saying I'm freely choosing that or whether it's habituated doesn't really matter. The fact is, the distinction between a deliberated decision and a reflexive one is sufficient to establish free will, along with conditionality and the definition of the future. There's no way to meaningfully define human agency as lacking free will. To do so, you have to ignore the fact, Cloud, that most things that are meaningful effects in the world are not causally reducible. You're right. It's not causally reducible for me to explain exactly why I decided chocolate or vanilla or whatever, right? I can't explain that because it's not causally reducible, which also means it's not preordained. But Cloud, did you hear what I said? You're right. A decision like that is not causally reducible, and that disproves your central claim. Because the idea of no free will is that everything is causally reducible, that you can reduce it to a set of causes, and that's what makes it preordained. But you just agreed with me that a decision like chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, ice cream is not causally reducible. I can't explain exactly why I made one decision or the other. So it's synergistic. So therefore, it can't be preordained by causal links. But you're not listening to me, Cloud. You're not listening to a word I said. You're not listening. You're either not listening or not capable of understanding. I don't know one. Right, but they're synergistic, Cloud. In order for it to be preordained, it would have to be causally reducible. And it's not. I've already gone over this. Do you understand what I'm saying? In order for it to be preordained, it would have to be causally reducible. In other words, I'd have to be able to specify the steps of the causal link that got me to meow, right? If in fact it's synergistic, then it's not preordained because there's no way to causally link it back. Because emergent phenomena of chaotic multivariate systems don't causally reduce. That's part of the math. Right. It's not causally reducible because it's not that sort of system, Cloud. You're saying, but why doesn't this dog swim and have web feet and quack and have an orange bill? Because it's not a duck. Same thing here. Why are my decisions not causally reducible? Because they aren't preordained. That's why. If they were preordained, they would be causally reducible entirely. Then that's what it means to be preordained, is to be able to articulate a specific set of causes rather than get lost in a multivariate chaotic system from which emergent phenomena emerge. In part because I went to bed so early. I went to bed before 10. Still wouldn't work, Cloud, and here's why. Because as we've determined with weather, for example, the act of observation impacts the system. It's an open system. So the act of observation makes the system react to the observation. And as a consequence, no matter how many different spots of observation you put in to observe every single angle of the thing, each of those spots of observation impacts the system such that you're no longer observing the proper system that you would be otherwise. So even if you were to put, for example, weather stations every foot all over the earth, you would not be able to predict the weather any further into the future than you currently can, because it's not a lack of data, it's the nature of the system. It's a chaotic system that is non-deterministic.
Yeah, and of course there's that too. What I say, the nay says, I try not to go quantum in my explanations because I don't need to. You can just point to the weather, the macro system that is perfectly indicative of that. Well, I'm saying that agency is, yeah, it's a chaotic system of sorts, I guess. I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that that like the weather, a human being is like the weather. It's fundamentally unpredictable because it's not predetermined. Hi, Sean. The point is, look, the thing I say the nay is to say that we ought to demonstrate free will is a mistake. Instead, you got to look at the way in which people who argue against free will are misusing language, because that's what it boils down to. There's not a real argument there. They're just saying that we can't prove everything's not an illusion or something, which is silly. It's a silly argument. But why that condition of all things, Cloud? Why is that condition? Right. Because whether or not human will is exactly free is it's a question that is shaped by the fact that when one takes an action, it's absolute. In other words, that we realize our impacts in a world that's non-conditional and we can't undo. So all the undoing has to be done in the conditional realm. And as a consequence, there's this conception that because we can't demonstrate the capacity to undo and redo an act that's rendered in the causal world, that somehow we can't establish that we could have done otherwise. But that's just silly. It's that quality is implicit to the fact that things get causally realized in some fashion. And not realized via causation exactly necessarily, but get realized in a world in which causality and time is linear. So, in the physical world, time is linear. But we're more than just reactionary to the environment. We are proactive as well. There are plenty of times when people go out and seek new information, explore, learn new things, try to gather more information about anything, I mean, I don't think it is self-defeating because anti-free will people just say, yeah, I was preordained to have this argument with you. It's not like, like a collapse to skepticism where nothing means anything. That's self-defeating because then you go, well, then your words don't mean anything and I should ignore them. You're admitting that. I'm not agreeing with that about my words. You're applying skep. It applies to yourself. You're trying to apply it to me. I agree with you about yourself, but I don't agree with you about me. So now the argument is weighted such that you say neither of us mean anything. I say only you mean nothing and I mean something and we should vote for me. So skep is called in debate, skep. If somebody's collapsing to skep, it means they've totally lost the round and they're just trying to get relativistic on shit. Right. Well, I agree with you that it's like one of the best answers to that is, okay, well, If I'm just preordained to have this argument with you and I'm not choosing it, then I'm not going to bother. And I'm preordained not to bother having it. I mean, I talk about the things I want to talk about for as long as I want to talk about them. And I move on. You know, you're always interesting. You bring up interesting topics and argue stubbornly, which means I can continue on the topic for a while. I'm absolutely personally, I am very reactive. That's true. My personality type is very much a counterpuncher, responsive, takes what the environment gives them and works with it. But my dad, for example, is not like that at all. He's much more a planny type. Why am I explaining myself to you? Because you're talking to me? Why are you talking to me? Cloud? Because you're here? I mean, I agree. I'm very reactive. That's why I'm very seat of the pants. Very much a perceiver. So when I woke up this morning, I just sort of live streamed out of, I guess, habit and then vague inclination. And why am I doing this? I'm just reacting to the environment, like you're saying, you know. But my dad's certainly not like that. So the point is, you're trying to make a general argument about people in general. That's not going to work. Well, I'm glad you're smiling. My dad is not watching. There are no sports on. My dad's doing TE stuff, solving problems, scheduling, he's scheduling dinner, and he's probably actually still asleep. He's been getting up a little later than he used to, getting up around 8 o'clock. Big yawns for little Eric. So I think what is going to happen now is I'm going to pull a bomb rip, and then I'm going to pull some tarot cards. Where do desires come from? Where do desires come from? Yes, Cloud, I've played this game with other determinists before. It's silly. I don't want to play this game. It is absolutely true that I have no say over which cities come into my mind. That's correct, because that's knowledge. That's not action. Think. Knowledge, action, and deliberation are different things, Cloud. Just because not every aspect of human being involves deliberation and decision making doesn't mean none of them do. It is true that I don't decide which city names to pop into my head, right? So I'm thinking, what cities in Europe? The ones that come to my mind, first one coming to my mind is Berlin, Rome, London, Copenhagen, So let's say I was to name one of those. And you go, well, so you didn't choose which city names emerged from your mind, from your knowledge. Well, that's true, because that's knowledge. Knowledge works like that. It's received. It's not sought. It's not created. It's not deliberated. It's received by the being, the single self that is presumed to drive this bus, right? So, on the other hand, if you were to ask me, which of these courses of action of mine do you think is better? I'd consider the two courses of action. I'd make a recommendation, or I might ask a lot of questions. Okay. If I ask a lot of questions, I'm trying to get more information so I can deliberate more clearly and make a decision as to what I think is best based on the data in front of me. No, Cloud, listen. It's a complex web of interactions that include knowledge functions, deliberation functions, action functions, and interface functions. This is why it's a false dichotomy to even address the question of free will versus determinism. Some things are essentially reflexive, and some things are responsively reflexive, and some things are non-reflexive. And that's just how it is. The non-reflexive things are non-reflexive. You want to make it into a question of determinism or free will. Well, you're trying to say which of these non-ducks is more of a duck. They're not ducks, so you can just stop. No, Cloud, what I'm saying is there's no distinction between a deliberated act and free will. Okay? In other words, what would be the distinction? In other words, if there were free will, what would it look like? What would we have to? No, but Cloud, listen. What would be an indication of actual free will? If we don't have current free will, what would actual free will look like? Yes, you should, Sean. Yeah, you should. Don't listen to Cloud. And the answer is, if we were to describe what free will looks like, we describe exactly what we have. That's what we describe. We wouldn't want to deny ourselves the ability to use what we already know. So most of our decisions will be pretty easy, right? It's like we don't have to make a lot of decisions. We are pretty automatic as we go through life. But there are instances where we do have to make decisions and where we are moral agents who are not always in control of our own behavior, but sometimes are. The more metacognitive we are, the more our will is actually free. So because I think a lot about how I act and why I act the way I do, and all of my reflexes, my reflexive nature, my reflexive personality inclinations and stuff, I'm less enslaved by them. I'm more capable of making deliberate choices where before I would be reflexive. That's free will. That's a form of free will. The point being, Cloud, that there's no possible way to be a moral agent where an individual being that's alive as we are, that can think and talk and stuff, that better maximizes freedom, quote unquote, like the ability of the individual to choose. It's the only way the system can work. If you want to have a self-replicating genome that sustains good health as a genome and continues to produce more agents of the same sort as we have, then there's got to be negative selection. And negative selection means particularly ill-advised choice making, to the extent that a certain expression of that genome is prone to that, it tends to get extinguished. So as a consequence, you've got yourself a creature that both makes the obvious choice much of the time, but is fundamentally unpredictable. The only way you could disprove free will is if you could actually predict a human's behavior all the time. But as I've indicated, the reason we know there's free will in part is we're open systems. We're responsive to attempts at observation.
we're not good subjects for psychological experiments if we know what the psychological experiment is testing, for example. That's a good example that we have free will. We're incorporating stuff on the fly currently to adjust accordingly. But what I indicated to you, Cloud, was that I would save the one who was closest to the door. And you asked a question earlier about the homeless man and the boy. I said I'd save the one that was closest to the door. So you inadequately predicted my response, which is why another reason why I have free will. I'm able to respond to that how I want to. I can either give you the answer you expect to see where you're going with it, or I could give you an answer you don't expect and see what you do with it. Now you just change your question. Would you kill a butterfly to save a boy? First of all, my question is, what in the world kind of context is this where I can kill a butterfly to save a boy? I want to know how this is accomplished. I think you mean he can't choose what he wants, right? No, but he can choose how much he's governed by that. I mean, there are long-term and short-term desires, and there's more or less self-discipline. Just because in some instances everybody will almost always act the same doesn't mean that all of their behaviors are preordained. Each of them are independently coming to the same conclusion and doing the same thing. Well, that's because it's a very obvious choice. It's not one that makes any sense to free will the opposite. And as they get more ambiguous, behavior gets less predictable. Because why? Free will. If there weren't free will, it would be predictable. Look, it's like the weather, Cloud. You've already lost this argument. But then you're not defining freedom meaningfully. How do you define freedom? I mean, the real definition of freedom is the lack of constraint. If there's no external force constraining you, then you're free to do as you please. Now, whether or not doing as you please comprises free will beyond that is a meaningless question. There's nothing constraining you. Yeah, it's like the thing that seems the most powerful rhetoric when it comes to like asking people out and stuff is just honesty. Honest, straightforward, kind of vulnerable, I guess, but not necessarily. Like, hey, I like you, I think. I want to take you out. Would you go out with me? Like that, you know? Very straightforward. Start with I like you, you know? People like to be liked. Let's start with that. I'm so sorry I stood you up. I was so nervous I sat in my car. That's crazy, dog. Are you an INTP? If you're an INTP, definitely ask the ESJ out. Then definitely ask her out. That's your duel. INTP ESFJ works really well. It's a good match. It's a match made in 7-Eleven. It's like a big gulp and a big bite. Perfect match. Well, I mean, I used to be absolutely terrible with women. Just terrible.
But that was because I never really knew what I wanted, I guess. I never had that sense of like the S. There's this great cartoon somewhere. I don't know if I can still find it or not. Probably not. But it was it was basically, it had nothing to do with intuitives and sensors explicitly. It was just an intuitive presenting the intuitive's perspective on dating, and it showed like the one guy going, God, I think I really like her, and I think maybe I'm going to ask her, but I don't know if she likes me. All these other thoughts in their head, and then this other guy looking at the same chick and going, "Me want to hump," and then the thinky guy thinking some more, and then the me want to hump guy just goes up to her and takes her by the hand, and she goes off with him. So that's the curse of the intuitive. And did I choose to be terrible with women? No, but it shows you how much more free will we have with more information. But no, I think ESTP or like that, that seems like, I mean, everybody's me want to hump sometimes. ESFP, ESTP. Regardless, yes, once I had the internet available to me, it's a whole different world, Cloud, with the internet available and not. And the amount of the way in which you can find what you want to find, you can follow your interests and such, is important. When you have a certain problem, you can try to solve it. When you're just exploring information, you can just explore your information as per will. Oh, that's a good point, though, Cloud, because it also draws another reason why I'm right here, is that we know what it's like when I don't choose which information I get. For example, if I have a problem with my computer that I need to fix, like I need to update a driver or something, I'm not choosing to go seek out that driver information. I'm just being reactive to the environment. However, when I'm Googling stuff that I'm curious about, or I'm thinking about, arguing about, I have to do exploratory research, which is different. Well, that's the thing. What I've found is, in the right relationship, sex suddenly becomes very important. With Rachel, sex is important because I like it a lot. I'm extremely enthusiastic about it. And that hasn't been the case in previous relationships, where it was more like, if I'm hungry enough, I'll eat, because I wasn't necessarily attracted to those people. Well, I mean, when I'm saying, Cloud, again, I don't know why you keep hammering this point, which has already been clearly decided, but what I'm saying is that we can see the difference between just reactively responding to, just having a problem drive the seeking of information, versus having exploration or curiosity. Those are different kinds of inclinations, right? Different reasons to seek information, and there are different processes of will. One of them is a problem-solving process, and one of them is a research process. So we know that, in fact, this is a false dichotomy you keep trying. Okay, so yeah, that's meant to be, Sean. That's the slabs dictating to you what you need to do. what I've learned here is about women is that they're a lot more interested than I ever thought. They're probably always more interested than I thought. I was looking for too much clarity because the thing is, you set when guys like me assume that the chick knows better than the guy what's going on. Like the chick knows what she wants and whether she likes me, and she doesn't know that yet. You have to. She's unsure about you, and you've got to be clear that you're not unsure about her, and also that that you're not, that you're fine if it doesn't work. You know, it's like I'm choosing you. If it doesn't work, then I'll choose somebody else. But I'm not being remotely uncertain about choosing you. And then it's like, right, guys not knowing what they're doing is not well received. Women expect the guy to know what they want and then to, sell them on it, basically. So that's what you got to do. And you got to be aware of the fact that it really is a buyer's market for everybody. It's like there's a lot of fish in the sea, as they say, and if you can if you can put aside your instead of reacting against your insecurities, own them in some sense. It's like, well, like let's say you go out with a chick and it's like I always ended up trying to have sex with them too soon or something, or having sex too soon. I wish that Rachel and I had waited for a while, If I had this sort of thing to do over again, I'd probably try to take it slower with the sexual stuff, But that's because I respect my own insecurities now a little bit. It's like I don't like casual sex. I don't like I like sex to be intimate and with somebody with whom I'm very comfortable and familiar and feel safe, And it's not the reason. Why do I feel that way? Well, it's not any particular reason. I don't. There's nothing about me that would make me naturally insecure about sex or women or whatever. But it just comes with the territory that it's such an SE thing, and it's not a conscious function for me. I don't like physicalities to come before meaning. I don't like to have sex outside of a relationship, and I don't like my relationship. I mean, the thing is, I'm finally in a relationship now where I have a good sex life. I'm very satisfied and very happy and like excited every time we have time. I'm like, fuck yeah. It's great. It's spectacular. But I never had that before. I never did. Maybe my very first relationship I did, actually, with Chris Lee.
But, it had been 30 years. Of course, when you have a YouTube channel and you're trying to date people on YouTube, that's super ridiculously easy. It's awful. It's awful because you've got all these people like lining up basically, and it's just like, what the hell? But having confidence, I mean, I've dated off YouTube. This is the first time I ever dated on YouTube. Was when I got Rachel. Prior to that, I never dated on YouTube, and at a certain point, I got plenty of confidence, and I ceased to be worried about it at all. I always felt like I can. At a certain point, I wrote the song. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want it too. But I want to be wanted. I'm not sure it's something you can do. What that basically means is I can get you whatever chick you are if I wanted to. Whatever you think going in. But I'm looking for somebody who actually wants me. So, in other words, I don't want to be able to successfully game people into going out with me or having sex with me or something. I want to not have to game them into liking me. I want them to actually like me and want to be with me and think it's a good deal for them and that they came up in the world, so to speak. I want to be appreciated. I want to be valued and appreciated for who I am instead of for how well I can schmooze or something. I don't know. The thing is, dating on YouTube has a huge advantage because I already know Rachel likes me because she watches my channel. And it's like, there's this chick, I don't know who she is. She's a subscriber for a while, and she always comments on my songs and says how she likes them and stuff. And later on, it turns out I ended up going out with this chick. Well, that's a pretty big thing, actually, to know that she genuinely, on her own, independently liked my music before we got together is kind of big. It's like, okay, I don't have to play the same game I've been playing for 30 years, which is when my woman comes around, I have to stop what I'm doing real quick because I'm playing again. I'm going to get in trouble for making music or something, Yeah, that's my INFP side, I suppose. That's growth, It took me a long time to realize that I want to be wanted. I don't just want to be tolerated, I want to game women, but it's so hard to game them, and every single one wants me so bad from the start. Yeah, I feel you, dog. I've been watching Naruto. Watched more Naruto last night, and man, do I really love that show. I can watch that thing freaking all day long. It's got so many episodes, too. It's so exciting. Everyone is special. We just don't know it. Special isn't the criteria. It's more about the unique energy between the two of you. And I say this while hating describing relationships as energy. Yeah. The thing is, what's funny about the word special is special means of species, of a species. In other words, it's its own species. It's its own unique, unchanging thing. It has a distinct identity. That's what it means to be special. To be equivalent to a species.
So now that I've correctly articulated species as self-replicating genomes, it really makes me wonder where all these self-replicating genomes came from. You know, it really makes me wonder. I want an explanation besides a magical one. You know, I'm tired of bullshit creationism and bullshit evolution explanations. I want a real explanation. Where do all these self-replicating genomes come from? Yeah, evolution's bullshit, Sean. That makes no sense at all. Self-replicating genome definitionally is a self-replicating genome. It doesn't evolve over time. It extinguishes all deviance from the genetic mean. That's what negative selection is. It doesn't make any sense at all. So I want to know what the actual explanation is. Where do all these self-replicating genomes come from? Were they planted here by aliens or what? There's no. Okay, so why is it then that everything we ever look at only gives birth to others of its own kind? Can you tell me that, Winston Small? I don't know. I have no idea. That's the thing. I don't have an explanation. Now that I've completely debunked evolution, and I feel totally satisfied by my debunking of it, I'm not starting on evolution. I'm saying I want to know what the actual reason is. I want to know a good reason, a good explanation. Okay, but Winston's mom, again, come on now. We've never. Okay, but genomes don't change over time, except very, very slightly. They accrue negative things into them because all mutations are negative. There are no positive mutations. So it doesn't make any sense. The evolutionists can't explain it either. The nearly neutral theory doesn't explain anything. Founder's effect doesn't explain anything. Punctuated equilibrium is just a description with no explanation at all. Well, how do you know they're a mutation, Cloud? They're a variant within the human genome. But here's the thing, Sean, and everybody else. We know how reproduction works. And we've seen forever creatures always giving birth to others of their own kind. That's just how it is. Okay, so because blue eyes suddenly appeared in a small number of humans recently, they're a mutation? That's not a reason to conclude they're a mutation. Even if you're right about that. No, they don't change or mutate. I mean, the thing is, remember, individual people have the genome they're born with. It doesn't change over time. Epigenetics may change it slightly, but to the extent that's passed on to the kids, they are mostly deleterious impacts, results of trauma. Yeah, yes, they are. Google it, Cloud. All mutations are deleterious. Some are nearly neutral. Okay, but that doesn't prove anything about evolution, Winston's mom. That proves that with climate change, that genome is no longer viable. Mm-hmm. It's a good point. I say, I never thought that before. Never occurred to me. You're right. I understood there was some circularity in there. I wasn't quite sure where to nail it down. That's one spot. Yeah. So my question though is, where did they actually come from? It's such a curious thought. They all appear suddenly within a period of about 10 million years. All the different species, all of a sudden, at the what's called the Mesozoic explosion or something like that. I forget what it's called, but I don't know anything about Dawkins. Any ardent atheists, though, I can tell you right off the bat, are stupid in my book. It's a silly notion. It's a failure to recognize it's like, oh, this worldview that doesn't validate on my metric. I'm going to pretend my metric is the only metric and that they must be validating on my metric, even though they're not, and shame them for their failure to validate properly, given that they must be validating on my metric, even though they're not. It's just silly. I mean, again, Winston's mom, you're not, this is how I know I'm right. Nobody's responding to any of my points. People make various arguments, but they don't actually respond to any of my points. Biocentrism? Well, what do you mean by it? Well, Cloud, let me embiggen your brain a little bit. See, God is something that is presumed in order to engage in faith-based behavior, but that doesn't mean that God needs to be the subject of any advocacy or affirmation. So we don't have to make claims about God's existence in order to incorporate God into our worldview. And additionally, we can both engage in faith-based behavior and make affirmations that God doesn't exist or that we're uncertain about it. The key thing is, the only truly big brain viewpoint on this is to understand agnosticism, theism, and atheism as three position statements that one might argue in any given context, but that don't control one's being. Did you hear me, Cloud? Did you hear what I said, though? Oh, yeah, I like the idea, but there's no mechanism there, Sean. Embiggen is a word I got from The Simpsons. No, that's what we've been taught, Winston's mom, that we began as a single cell and evolved over hundreds of millions of years. Except the problem with this notion is there are myriad problems with it. First of all, that was not true. What we now all know is that there were an extinction event 66 million years ago that basically restarted this process on Earth. Got rid of all the dinosaurs and yada, 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 right? And then after that, shortly after that, emerged, quote unquote, all these various species over the course of about 10 million years. Now, the explanation that the evolutionists have is something called punctuated equilibrium. That what happened was, after the extinction event, evolution went super fast for a stretch of time and then stopped entirely. And now we're in evolutionary stasis. But there's no explanation as to how or why that would occur at all. It's just arbitrarily saying, since our initial notion of evolution must be correct, things that falsify it just change what it is. I don't know, Winston's mom. I don't think that's what the fossil record shows. I believe that I trust the fossil record that there were these multiple eruptions of various species and multiple extinction events. I'm not disputing the fossil record. It's the most concrete piece of evidence we have about the past in terms of species and stuff. Of course, it falsifies everything we've been taught about evolution. It just doesn't make any sense, you know. Yeah, I've been inclined to think that as well. I say the nay. I mean, it's an answer that seems to make the most intuitive sense, that we are in some sort of simulation, because like there were extinction events every 40 million years until the last one 66 million years ago. It sure seems like the guy kept trying to get intelligent life who was playing the game, right? And when he got stuck with a bunch of corals that weren't going anywhere, he caused an extinction event. Then when he got stuck with, he caused finally got all this shit, all these dinosaurs, everything. But there was too much predation, and he couldn't, the environment didn't support intelligent life somehow. And so he had to extinction event it again. And then he started over and finally got intelligent life. That's why we haven't had an extinction event yet. And that aliens and shit are all coming, because that's part of the game too. And we just wait for them. But then that just pushes the question back another layer, right? Like, okay, so what's the actual reality then? If this is maybe in this simulation, there maybe actual evolution does occur somehow, somewhere in some universe. But it really does take 4 billion years. But that's too long for the game. So they make it sped up super fast for certain sections of time. You can turn it on, turn it off. That would make sense. Then evolution would be like, oh, it's just an algorithm that turn on and off, and it doesn't have to make any sense beyond that. If you try to model evolution, by the way, with any understanding of how the change in over time occurs, the sims break down entirely. There's no way you can possibly model it. It doesn't make any sense at all. Well, I mean, the thing is, presumably the people who made the simulation know more about this question than we do. I felt like that as humanity itself begins to embrace this notion that we are not currently in a reality that is naturally occurring, but that this itself is a simulated reality of some sort, that the person who's playing gets points for that. Like getting your game sims to realize they're in a sim naturally via the mechanisms of agency and cognitive functions and stuff is accomplished. And I also get the sense that it's not just a sim that's being played overall, but that there are players who have interest in certain individuals within the simulation. Like I'm confident that there's some slab agent assigned to me, His name's Bob. He's an INTJ. He's got poor personal hygiene, and he's scared of girls. Well, I would agree with you that I don't agree with your definition of faith there. I say the day. I think faith is belief in the absence of, or in the face of contrary evidence. The amount of fervor doesn't really matter. For thinkers, for NETI people like you and me, we have contempt for belief. There was a time when I wanted to have a bumper sticker on my car that said, belief is the devil's favorite tool. But I've since come to value faith in some magical thinking. It's worthwhile to believe in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. Well, I mean, the thing is, the prisoners who return will be successful in conveying their message only insofar as they're using good FE. Too bad you lack the free will to take it, Cloud. I mean, think about all the things that our bodies and our minds and everything can put up with. Like smoking cigarettes and pot and stuff. How is it that, my body is capable of doing all that stuff and sustaining it for long periods of time? It's not consistent with any biological need. I mean, granted, humans need to be able to have some smoke in their lungs from campfires or something, presumably, but not like this. I'm a modern marvel. Thanks. I like being a modern marvel. You could be an INFP. I don't know. There's plenty of data that I am party to. I am not party to. But that's a very NETI perspective for sure. To say that belief is a problem, to distinguish between belief and non-belief, or faith and non-faith, is fervor. Well, I guess I'm gonna wrap this up in about 15 minutes at 4-hour mark. See if I can. I'm gonna go inside, see if Rachel's awake. But in the last 15 minutes, I think what I'm going to do is pull some tarot cards here. Let's find out your tarot. All right, Matthew. Here's that from which you run. Wheel of Fortune. You run from randomness. That from which you run. That towards which you run. King of Cups. And that which is motionless within you. That which is motionless within you. Nine of Pentacles. So I think that means sort of comfort and stability. King of Cups. You seek to be the master of all of your own emotions. All right, now I say thee nay. I'm going to pull a card for you. That which you lament the loss of. The decision-making time. That which you embrace the discovery of. The world. And that which has always been. Queen of Cups. Good pull, good pull. All right. Winston's mom. Here we go. The source of your discomfort. The source of your discomfort is the first card here. The source of your discomfort, Nine of Pentacles. Now, the source of your comfort. The Hermit. And the impetus, your impetus, that which drives your directionality, your impetus. Justice. Noise. Feeling the pinch on the markets here, but you always got isolation and the comfort of your parents. However, what drives you out of your comfortable hermitage is pursuit of justice. Makes you a noble warrior, Winston's mom, a noble warrior indeed. All right, email Anthrax. I'm going to go ahead and do a pull for you now. Email Anthrax, let's see. Your inner dampness. You're really damp about 8 Pentacles. I think that's feeling overworked, if I remember correctly. Your inner dryness. Action is very dry for you. Doing things, making moves, changing ways, becoming more of a person and less of a poo. And this one is your way of interacting with the world. Ten Pentacles. Family times. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Cloud. Let's do your manliness, your womanliness, and your mystical self, your androgynous self. Your manliness, your womanliness, and your androgynous self. Cloud's man self is the Hanged Man. Cloud's woman self is Ten of Swords. And Cloud's androgynous self is the Page of Cups. Your manhood is hanged. All right, next, I'm going to pull a card for me. I'm going to do my emotional state. 10 swords. That's not a good one. That's my emotional state. My physical state. Kind of between wakefulness and sleepiness, I guess. And my emergent state. So to say, what am I transitioning into state-wise? 7 cups. That seems pretty accurate. I'm going to pull a card first for Rachel. Rachel's emotional state. Justice, huh? Makes some sense. She's like, fuck. Here comes the justice. Her physical state is good. That's good. She's, and her emergent state. 3 sticks. It didn't turn into a transition of some sort. Now let's look at our relationship. Me and Rachel's relationship. I'm going to do the immediate, the underlying, in other words, the permanent, and the emergent. The immediate, transition, again. The permanent, Six of Swords. And the emergent. Seven of Swords. Well, that's not very good. Let me get a clarifier. What's the overall prognosis here? Two cards for the overall prognosis. Wow. 7 of Pentacles and 3 of Swords is not good. What's the 7 of Pentacles? I gotta look at the chart. That's not a very good pull. I'm not sure I like that pull. That's the nice thing about being ignoring. If I don't like it, I just ignore it. So in this one, I got 6 of Swords, healing. Oh, that's good. Moving forward, calm after a storm. 7 of Swords, deceit, enemy masquerading as friend, underhanded, risky behavior, adaptable, lack of conscience. And then 7 of Pentacles. Things coming to fruition, results, patience, planning, taking stock, finishing what you started, harvest, and then 3 of Swords, betrayal. It seems like some very mixed messages here. What's the 3 of Sticks? Travel, foreign land, moving forward, foresight, self-belief, freedom, happy with choices, hard work paying off, adventure. The world, huh? Okay. Well, that's a little bit better. No, that's definitely not SI. You got that one wrong, I say thee nay. That's look, NI, you're correct that the knowledge function impacts the display of the interface function, but you're incorrect to attribute accepting authority as deterministic to a knowledge function at all. It's like the knowledge function metrics are things like SI prefers that which is familiar, true, and that might play out as an acceptance of authority if one is familiar with authority, but it also plays out with recency and personal experience. So if that authority person makes you feel bad in the immediate past, then you might no longer accept authority. And the thing is, I don't say TE is accepting. I mean, I may have said that is accepting authority is deterministic, but what I mean by that is it's a heuristic to deal with TI. In other words, instead of thinking it all out yourself, you turn to who has the most expertise on it and trust their work. It's a perfectly reasonable heuristic to do. I don't want to have to always think out myself all quantum mechanics, so I'm going to trust some scientist's explanation that I can understand, right? And if somebody else tries to say, well, here's this, and I go, well, this scientist says, yeah, that's a TE approach to the problem. I'm not addressing the argument directly. I'm saying this scientist says you're wrong. So that's inherently a TE approach because it's using an extroverted thinking approach rather than an introverted thinking approach to solving a problem. And it doesn't matter what the individual types correlate with. That's not talking about the functions. Then you're talking about something different. So it's like the fact is TE is one way of thinking about something that deals with it from a problem solution angle or a goal attainment angle rather than a legitimacy angle. And so that's what makes it TE. Okay, I'm going to call it a live stream. That's 4 hours. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Tom Jickelson, this card's for you. Time to walk.